drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises. Way, hey, up she rises. Way, hey, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Heard I in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises. Way, hey, up she rises. Way, hey, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Way, up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises. Way, hey, up she rises. Way, hey, up she rises. Early in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Early in the morning. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him, early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober.
Ahoy! How is everyone? What is going on? What is crack-a-lackin' on this Sunday afternoon or morning or evening or tomorrow if you live in the future? How's everyone doing? What is crack and or lacking? Pure excitement, I know. You don't have to tell me. It's all pure excitement. Pure excitement. Ugh. Hot quality H2O. Can't get enough of that. Oh, stuff's moving all over on my little desk thing here. What's everyone up to? E-Riders! How you doing? Hello? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. How you doing? How you doing? Breaking out all the emojis this morning. All the beautiful emojis. Emojis. Good. I was lurking last night while y'all went live or doing your streaming thing. I was lurking. I was playing some video games, so I had you up on my other monitor, and I was lurking away. Lurkity lurks. No, it does not read emojis. So if you do emojis, I don't hear them in my headphones. Because I had to have my TTS ignore emojis due to the simple fact that hey, sometimes you gotta catch up. What's up, Battle Dinosaur? Yeah, so a while back there was a lot of people spamming emojis. Not that I don't like emojis. But it was just going crazy with the emoji. So I had to have my TTS ignore. Pretty much. Hi and bye. Battle Dinosaur. Emojis. Yes, emojis. No, it does not. Sasaki, what's up? Yes, the best. Sasaki Dragon Base, aka Butt Plug. Battle Dinosaur is like, hey, I'm here. Pay attention to me. Okay, you paid attention to me. I'm leaving. I'm out this. That's what Battle Dinosaur says. He's like, I'm here. Bye. Drop that mic. Walks away. That's what Battle Dinosaur does. What's up, Sasaki? How you doing? Who did your dragon egg emote? Because that's pretty darn good. Who did that? That's really darn good. It is super fantastic. My shoe. I'll have to check them out. He's an art streamer. He streams the arts on the Twitch. Well, that sounds like a pretty decent trade to me. You know what, Sasaki? I am jealous because I see so many people getting your dragon egg blanks, and I have yet to get one. I am jealous that I see everyone with a Sasaki egg blank, and yet I have not received one. I'm going to have to make a purchase from you and get a Sasaki egg blank and see how horrendous it turns out when I turn it. See, the us's need one too. That's right, right? The logo's a dragon. Their logo's a dragon, and they don't have a dragon egg blank? Jeez, or even a dragon egg? God, jeez, Sasaki. What is the world coming to? Man. I try to give you all the doubloons for the stuff. Oh my goodness. Daggerfall farts. I like it. I like it, Crimson. I like it. Comes in, farts, drops the mic. Boom, out of here. Oh man, you're getting all the fancy emotes there. That one's new. Oh man, that one's stellar right there. That one is stellar, Sasaki. Yeah, it's been a little while. It's been just a little bit. What you been up to? Where you been hiding out? You been taking a break, or you been just busy with the life thing going on? Those emotes there are super crisp there, Sasaki. Yeah, I can see that. I need to re rethink some of my emotes. Hey, being busy is not a bad thing, unless it's a bad busy. But if it's a busy with getting stuff done with life and, stuff you gotta do. What? That is no good, Crimson. That is no good. Well, she's missing out on a good thing. Or was it kind of like she wasn't ready for that next step yet and y'all are still together, or yeah, at least you did. Is it something that she just maybe in the future wants to revisit, or is it one of those things that she's never gonna do it? Never gonna do it. Never gonna do it. Yeah, I need to redo some of my emotes too, and come up with some more bit cheer. Well, I mean, sometimes you're just not ready. You just got to take a little bit of time. So, I mean, that's good that y'all are still together, and you know, there's always the second chance. How did you do it though? How did you do it? Did you do fancy dinner? Did you take her to a nice little spot somewhere? How did you propose? Just simply said, "Will you marry me?" Okay. That well, that's kind of how I proposed to Boss Pirate too. That's kind of how I proposed to Boss Pirate as well. So we got that in common. I kind of just I tossed the ring at her and she opened it and I was like, "Hey, let's get married." See, she keeping me honest. She keeps me honest. Oh my goodness. She's keeping me honest. I can't tell no elaborate stories with Boss Pirate in chat. She's gonna call me out on my bullshit. No, pirate has to have a super elaborate story with exaggerated detail and all sorts of, who's its and what's its. And then Boss Pirate comes in. It's like, that's not what happened. This is what really happened. And I got to exaggerate sometimes, elaborate. It's like, it's kind of like when you go fishing. The fish was really this big, but when you talk to your friends, you're like, the fish was this big and weighed 37 pounds. That type of thing. A lot of farting going on there, Crimson. A lot of farting. Did you have Taco Bell yesterday? Is that what's going on? Did you eat some Taco Bell yesterday? Happens to the best of us, Crimson. Happens to the best of us. Some high quality coffee. Mmm. Gotta have that coffee. Coffee, coffee, coffee. You got water two ways, regular and filtered through coffee beans. That's the way to drink it. Gotta stay hydrated. Well, today we're gonna build a simple floating shelf. We need a little shelf underneath our TV to hold our little Wi-Fi router and another little thing for underneath the TV. So we're going to make a super simple floating shelf. And, you know, some floating shelves you see where people put like the little L bracket to the wall and slide it on there. Well, I'm going to do a floating shelf where it sits on using the French cleat style. It gives it a little bit more rigidity and can hold just a little bit more weight on the wall. So we're going to do a super simple floating shelf today. We're going to just make it out of pine, nothing fancy, because I am going to stain it a dark walnut color and give it a clear coat. So not using anything fancy wood today, just simple pine from the box store. Actually, this was, I got the other day for pretty much nothing from somebody. So we're going to do a simple floating shelf. It's not going to be very big. It's only going to be about a little over 11 inches deep and 2 feet wide. So it's nothing super big, nothing super fancy, but you know, I know a lot of people like the way the floating shelves look. So this is a way of doing it, showing you how to do it. And give you some ideas of attaching it to the wall, because they do. I have seen a lot of Facebook ads for the super industrial, like French cleat style brackets for the wall, but they want a fortune for those, and they're out like of aluminum and stuff, and they can hold hundreds of pounds. I don't need something that holds hundreds of pounds. I have done floating shelves in the past, and I've done the traditional like slide-on brackets for the wall. They don't hold too much. So I'm going to try the French cleat style. And from what I can tell, it holds a little bit more and holds it snugger to the wall. So you don't get the flex in the floating shelf like you do with the traditional style when you slip on the floating shelf. So that's what we're going to do. Super simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But how's everyone doing today? What's everyone doing today? What y'all got going on? It's raining here. Like, we got some good rain going on today. We needed it. It's been so hot here lately and so muggy. I hope this rain doesn't make it even more muggy. But it's just been ridiculous hot and muggy. Like, you go outside and you just get all sticky. I hate walking outside and just feeling sticky as soon as you go outside, because it's so muggy and humid outside. I don't like that. You're finishing my wallet. I like it. I'm glad you're finishing my wallet. I don't know what it is. I didn't know I was getting a wallet until just now, but I appreciate it. You're too kind to me. It better have some skull and crossbones on it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying about that. Don't be confused. Don't be confused. I mean, it happens, you know. You make something, you say something. I mean, I got to call dibs on it sometime, right? uh. Oh my goodness. The dad jokes. They started already. That's a good one though. I like it. Lucky it's a soft drink. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Was it so Little Pirate told me a good one a little while back. It goes, "What did the socks say to the pants?" What did the socks say to the pants? They said, "What's up, britches?" bum bum. I heard that when she told me that, I just busted out laughing. That was a good one. I had to share that one at work because I have a few people at work that enjoy the dad jokes. Man, I didn't even get a lull or nothing on that one. Jeez, this is a tough crowd. Tough crowd today. That was the daddiest of jokes. Well, my daughter said that. My daughter told me that one. So every time we take road trips or something, I guess so, still asleep. Every time we take road trips, I do the typical, every time we go past the cemetery, I'm like, people are just dying to get in there every time we pass a cemetery or something when we're on a road trip to my daughter. And one time we passed a cemetery and she turns to me and goes, Dad, guess what? People are just dying to get in there. And I'm like, okay, you got me. And she's like, yeah, see, it's stupid. Quit saying that joke. So we had a good chuckle on that one. Oh my goodness. So every once in a while, she'll get a good one on me. Every once in a while. It doesn't happen too often. Oh, Crimson. Momo was in here yesterday doing some pretty good pirate jokes. She had some good ones going yesterday. Let me move all this. I have too much going on. I need to move all this piping. I get stuff and then I just set it down. And I really don't have a home for it yet. I need a home. The dust collection. I have some decent piping now. That I got for the free 99. I love free 99 stuff. Free 99 is the best. It's the best around. Gotta love coffee. Chase it with the unfiltered water that hasn't gone through the coffee beans yet. And camera switch. Boom. So this is going to be like I said, 2 feet. And this is just plain old store-bought pine, nothing fancy. Nothing too extravagant. Nothing overly complicated. So we got a top, a top, a top, a top, 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 top. Dun 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 dun. Boom. My pencil. I'm gonna use my pencil. Dun 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 dun. I always set my stuff down. What is up, KevBot? How you doing? And no, that seat is not taken. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. What you been up to, KevBot? Hey, there's nothing wrong with lurking. We like the lurkers. I appreciate that. You been working on any new projects? Probably should have cleaned this up a second ago. Yeah, I was about to say I haven't seen a YouTube video from you in a while. What is are you gonna give us a sneak on what the project is you've been working on? Give us some details. Fit. Nope, that won't fit in there. Fit in one of these drawers. Nope. Now you make a little cabinet from under there for all the table saw stuff. I think that might be a future project. charcuterie board for content. I like it. Lunchbox. I like it. I like it. I look forward to seeing that video. I might even give it a thumbs up if it turns out pretty good. I can't promise a thumbs up now. I haven't seen the video yet. But we'll see. We'll see there, KevBot. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. So we got a top and we got a bottom. So we're partway there. Ha, ha, ha. So what I'm going to use is a pretty stout milled down, squared off 2x4 for the actual cleat for the wall. I've already rounded off. This was something I had sitting around that I had squared off the edges. So we're going to use this. I might cut it down just a little bit. But I want something that's really going to give it a lot of sturdiness to it. Because I don't like it, because my floating shelves I made in the past have a little sag to them. It was my first attempt to them. So, I mean, you learn with every project on how to do stuff. Watch more stuff on the YouTube University. But I'm probably going to cut it down a little bit because I got to make it, I don't want it too thick on the shelf. But if I make it thick enough, I could probably drill a hole in the back and tuck wires in to the into the actual shelf itself and hide some wires that way. Let me think this. Because I was just gonna do, but I've had an epiphany. An epiphany, I say. On how I could possibly hide some wires inside the floating shelf itself. So that way they're not dangling, because I'm going to have a few things sitting on the shelf, not too much, but with any kind of components, you always have electrical cords and whatever, you don't want them all dangling there. Let me think this through. So if I had some sort of like access to the inside of the floating shelf itself, then I could hide the wires in there. I could drill a small little round hole in the back for the wires to go down into. But to get inside of it, oh, UFO. Am I being boarded? Am I being boarded? Okay, okay. I got my cutlass at the ready. Come on. I got you, UFO. Come on. Just you. Well, I got you one-on-one. 1v1 me there, UFO. Come on, what you got? I got you. Yeah. Didn't expect that one, did you? Pirate always got his cutlass. Yeah, you better watch out, UFO. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better not cry. So, this is what I like. When you start doing a project and you start laying it out and thinking about it, you have those epiphanies on how to make it slightly better. Making that you didn't think of when you were just gonna, build it. I wouldn't go that far, UFO. I wouldn't go that far, but if it's a zombie apocalypse, I got it covered. So it's 3/4. So 1.5. So 11 and no 10.5. So I need to make this 10.5. Yeah. Square this off real quick. It has been squared. Are you talking about like real pirates? Is that what you're referring to there, UFO? Yeah, rail pirates. Well, it all depends. I mean, some pirates did have it free hanging, some did have a sheath, but you have to remember that pirates got most of their stuff from what they plundered from their piracy. So you see in movies a lot, you'll see pirates, they're dressed in raggedy clothes and stuff, but in actuality, pirates were sometimes very well dressed because a lot of the stuff that they would plunder was not golds and riches, but it was the traded goods, i.e. the clothes, the textiles, tobacco and stuff that was hauled back and forth on the ships. So most of the time they were, taking stuff that they could use on the ship, i.e. clothes and food and, those type of commodities. So pirates were actually kind of well dressed and not in raggedy clothes like they're portrayed in most movies. Yes, super friendly, the friendliest of pirates. the friendliest. Okay, so I make this. I saw you play a lot of DayZ, don't you there, UFO? I saw the stuff on Instagram. Two a.m. Jeez. That's one heck of a long raid going on. I've never played DayZ. So if I have access on the side, just talking this through. Then I could slide it on. A few people play it there, UFO. Need. I'm gonna. We're doing a simple floating shelf, but I need to figure out some dimensions that way because I'm going to use a French cleat style to hang it on. But with the French cleat style, you got to have a gap so you can put it on and put it down. So I'm going to use this milled down 2x4 as the actual cleat. But I'm thinking I'm going to cut this down a little bit because the whole shelf right now is already this thick, but I got to make it a little bit thicker due to the fact you have to be able to go over the cleat a little bit and back down. Thinking I'm gonna just trim this down a little bit. But what I'm gonna do is run a 45 first and then go from there. And then trim it that way. And start trimming that way. Honestly, the American cleats, it's one of the easier ways to hang stuff on a wall. I mean, you have your cleat that goes on the wall, you get it level, and you're only holding up this one little piece on the wall. You're not trying to hold up a whole wonky whatever you're trying to hang on the wall and try to get it level. So it actually works out quite nice. Oh, I need a AAA. I forgot to get a battery. Oh, we always have batteries. When you got kids, Momo, 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 Momo. When you got kids, you got to have all them AAA batteries. Right. How you doing, Momo? You were not forced today. You were not the forced one. What's going on, Momo? You're slacking. You know, just having a life. Puppy sitter, where are you going that you need a puppy sitter, Momo? Oh, yes. Okay. B-Day. B-Day. The best B-Day around. NYC. NYC. Have you ever been to New York before? The dumb. Big excite. All the excitement. What kind of plans do you have in New York? Yeah, buy stuff, eat stuff, buy stuff, eat stuff. It is not. It's for in the house. Grinch, what's up? Just chillin', just chillin'. Well, that is fantastic to hear. You know, all the good stuff. Same old, same old. We're doing a simple floating shelf today. Nothing fancy. You lurk. You do you. You do you. But what's for lunch? We got to know what's for lunch first. Because maybe we want some too. You ever think about that? It's not all about you. So, oh, come on. There we go. So, a little more oversized than most French cleats because it is a 2x4, but we're going to be using it for a little floating shelf. And I'm doing it this way because I want a little more stoutness to it. Quesadillas? I want some quesadillas. Eat your food, Tina. Eat your food. So that piece will be on the wall. This will be part of the shelf, but it's got to be at least this for this to go over and into. But I can knock off a little bit of this and save some, and it'll still fit in just the same. Stupid freaking llama. Tina, eat your food. Eat your food, Tina. So let's do that. Let's knock off just a smidge.
Crushing death and grief, soaked with blood of the trespassing thief.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everyone. How we doing, Snake Eye? How did your squirrel toilet turn out? Slim Jim. Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah, Slim Jim. Well, Tef, if Snake Eye said say hello, I guess you better say hello. Because that would be rude. You got to listen to the Snake Eye DIY. How we doing, Raiders? Welcome in. Welcome into my workshop. How's everyone doing? The toilet was toilety. Well, I mean, does it flush properly? I mean, as long as the toilet flushes properly and gets all the waste down okay, then you've done a good job. You know, as long as you don't get bad reviews on Yelp about your toilet for the squirrels, I think you're going to be doing okay. You don't want any bad reviews from those squirrels. So how we doing, everyone? Thank you again for bringing in your friends. It's self-composting. It's self. Well, I'm sure squirrels are pretty used to the self-composting, so I think you're good there. You know, most of the time they're just doing their business wherever. But now that they have a designated spot to do their business, and they're probably going to be doing their business while they're eating, so it's just, you know, it's kind of like that movie Idiocracy, where they have the toilets in the seats while they're watching TV, you know? And it has the self-dispensing soda and all that stuff. And so it's kind of like the Idiocracy thing where, you know, they're doing their business while they're just eating and watching whatever, right? So, I mean, that's good. You're just thinking about the squirrels so they don't have to travel so far to do their business and eating. But then on the other hand, you're going to have a lot of chubby little squirrels in your yard. All these chubby, fat little squirrels running around your yard, you know, scraping their belly on the ground. And then before you know it, they're not going to be able to climb the trees because you got them so chubby, because you got all these squirrel feeders everywhere. That's another thing to think about there, Snake Eye. Oh my goodness. And now you're going to lock them up? What did these squirrels ever do to you? God, you made them a piano, you know, so you give them nice music, you know, while they're eating, and now you're going to lock them away? Jeez. Man. Hey, Ish, how's it going? How you doing? Danger! Thank you for the follow. Danger! Watch yourself. Thank you for that follow. And thank you again, Snake, for bringing all your friends in with your raid. You're a lord. Oh, the lulz. Well, we're just doing a simple floating shelf today. I'm doing the French cleat right now for that, and I was just about to get a cut, and then Snake Eye brings in all of his friends. I saw that, Ish. I saw the fail, but you know what? You learn. That's how you learn. You got to learn somehow. It's okay. You got to learn. If you can't learn from your mistake, you're doing it wrong. But I mean, you kind of did it wrong in the first place when you have a mistake, but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. On God. As do mine. As do mine. Eh. I've had a lot of that fancy firewood myself there, Ish. Had a lot of that myself. There we go. Much better. Because it didn't need to be that thick. But I like the way this is coming along. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Chevy, what you doing? How you doing, Chevy? It's raining here. I was gonna mow today after stream. We're making a floating shelf. 3 3/4. Yeah, we're making a floating shelf. But okay, let's see. That says 3 3/4. That's 3 3/4. Man, I'll tell you what, that little gauge on the side is spot on. Now we're gonna rip some boards. Rippity rip rip-a-roo. Rip, rip, rip-a-roo. Rip, rip, rip-a-roo. What you doing today, Chevy? Huh? Huh? We're making a little floating shelf, a little floaty float-a-roo. Rip-a-roo. Rip, rip, rip-a-roo. I am thinking that do some leather stuffs. That kerf knife, or riving knife, is just slightly bigger than the size of this saw blade. It was binding. We cannot have. Let's try this again. I can't right now, Chevy, but thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a big bag of disappointment. I am sorry, I'm a big bag of disappointment. I am sorry, I'm just a huge bag of disappointment. But I like the enthusiasm. I like the enthusiasm. The clunk. The dreaded clunk. Well, were you able to save it? Were you able to snag it out of the vacuum cleaner? Well, that's good. At least you were able to get it. BRB. Into the depths. Y'all can't even see what I'm doing. Why didn't y'all tell me to move my camera? God. Hashtag pro streamer. And I just lost that camera. My camera froze. There we go. I fixed it. Woo! Then this will go in here. Like that. And then this will get attached to the wall and boom. And then I can drill a couple holes in there and be able to shove some wires down in there and hide some stuff. Hide all the stuff. The stuffs. Well, this is actually for in the house. This is for a little floating shelf underneath our TV that Boss Pirate has requested. And we know in these parts, if Boss Pirate requests it, well, we better do it. Because if not, well, boy, howdy, are we in trouble. And she has not been waiting 4 months. Don't let her kid you. It has not been 4 months. She enjoys exaggerating. Hmm? And it hasn't even been 3 months and 99 or 29 days. Once again, She is exaggerating. All exaggerating. Because, you know, she calls me out on my exaggeration, but she's just as bad as I am. Just as bad. It has not been that long. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. See, exactly, Ish. They just got to say it once. They don't got to keep reminding us every 2 months. That's my point. So we're going to use some glue and some brad nails to hold it together. Together, together. Because the glue is going to be plenty strong to hold the wood together. Get my pancake syrup glue out. Let's do a little spready spread with our finger. Make sure we get some even coverage. Mmm. And no, I'm not going to lick my finger. I know that's what you were thinking. Lick your finger. Taste it. What's up, Jack? What's up, Bama? How you doing? I don't know about the wood glue. Ah, son of a biscuit. Came out the side. Just like that. Just like that. What'd you have, Chevy? So all I did, double shot, is hammer the nail back through and then used a pair of wire snips just to grab a hold of it and get it back through. Why is it doing that? What the heck? Did I turn off my air compressor? Is that why I'm not getting enough pressure? Chicky nugs. I think I had turned off my air compressor and forgot to turn it on before I started doing this, so I'm not getting enough pressure. Under pressure. Chicky nugs. All the chicky nugs. Oh my dear Lord. Haha. I wish, but no, there's really nothing wrong with this. I don't know why it's not doing its thing. It's getting jammed. I've been jammed. Mm. Ugh. Okay, well now I'm kind of jealous there, UFO. Here it is. That's what I'm about to do, is drop a couple oil dribbles. I don't know what is going on. Oh, just a simple project, I said. Just a simple project, he said. He didn't say that there was going to be a disassembly as well. Facts. Facts. How big are the cabinet doors? If they're trying to do them as a headboard, I would make a, but welcome in there, Shooter McTrappin. I appreciate the question. So my thing would, if they're solid wood cabinet doors, I would build a big frame for all of them to sit into and attach them that way. Are they like old cabinet doors? That would be my suggestion, is build one big frame the size of the headboard or the outer diameter of the all cabinet doors. And then attach them to said frame. You're welcome. What in the heck is going on? But yeah, that would be almost the simplest way to do it. When you repurpose stuff like that. And then you can do the outer frame in whatever design you want. Brad Nails over here. They do sound amazing. My boy does like French fries. I'm switching over to the pin nailer. And you know, honestly, I've never used this one before. This would be my first time using it. Let's see how this pin nailer works out. Maybe. Ah, I had too many in there. They're so tiny. There we go. Let's test the pin nailer. So I was using brad nail, right? But I switched over to the pin nailer. Just baby little pins. It'd be less for it to fill in too. With glue has been set up a little bit. Took too long fixing it. Thanks, Chevy. Spinzo won the spin yesterday, Bama. Spinzo did. You're right there, Chevy. You're right. I can't argue with that logic. But because I'm going to have a little spots to fill in. So I think the pin nailer is the way to go. Hammer. Yes. Chevy guy said hammer. No, no. Chevy, if you don't use them? Huh? That'd be like you doing all hand stitching and not using your fancy sewing machine. talking to y'all. I didn't even realize my batteries died. Y'all probably like, why'd Pirate get so quiet? He got so quiet. What's Pirate doing? My batteries died and I didn't even know. But Boss Pirate went out and bought rechargeable batteries. So I'm using rechargeable batteries because they're better for the environment. And we also recently went solar on our house. So we got solar panels on the roof of our house to help the environment. Cute. I was not thinking about dovetails. Was not happening. It's the scariest because you know they're up to no good. But Boss Pirate has went out and bought rechargeable batteries because we got to help the environment. As I'm a woodworker, and the only way to get the materials for my stuff is cutting down trees. High quality H2O. Oh, clamps. Clamps. We need the clamps. The clamps come marching in. I need to get more organizations for my clamps because I have more clamps than room now. But you can never have too many clamps. No woodworker ever said, man, I have too many clamps. I better get rid of some. Said no woodworker ever. They are not Tesla solar panels. Sorry, Chevy. Sorry. Lame. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Chevy. My deepest of apologies. I do not drive a Tesla. I do not. Do you drive a Tesla? Chevy? Huh? Huh? Do you? You do not walk. I'm going to call a f on that one. See, we know, Chevy. We know. See, Chevy, we're just waiting for your patent pending corn ethanol cars to come onto the market, and we're just all going to drive those. And those cars are going to be so corny to drive. You put corn cobs in it. It would be kind of sweet if you actually did have a DeLorean. It's funny, like the very first time I ever saw a DeLorean in real life was actually recently, like last year, and it was going through the McDonald's drive-thru. So it could have been you getting those chicken nuggets, those nuggies. All them nuggies. Num 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 num. But what kind of sauce do you get with your nuggets, Chevy? That right there says everything we need to know about you. What kind of sauce do you get for your nuggets? That we must know. You're probably a honey mustard guy. But if you don't know, so DMC, DeLorean Motor Company, was bought years ago, a few years ago, and they're actually making more DeLoreans from old stock. Yes, corn sauce for Chevy. What's up, Owen? But DMC was bought out, and they bought all the old DMC stock because they had so many parts when the company went belly up, and you can actually buy new DeLoreans from new old stock. They're not cheap, but you can actually buy new DeLoreans now that are made from old stock. New old stock. A bunch of new old stock, and you can actually buy. You can actually Google it, DeLorean Motor Company, DMC, and you can go in there and get a DeLorean priced out. But they're not cheap. Not cheap at all. Yeah, see? Not cheap. What would ranch? You're probably a barbecue sauce type of guy. Now that their signature sauce is gone, ranch. You're probably a barbecue sauce guy. But Chevy, if he gets it at DQ, he gets the sweet and sour at DQ. Then he probably gets barbecue sauce at McDonald's. See, I was all sorts of wrong. I was all sorts of wrong. I usually just get the good old barbecue sauce. What is the best popcorn flavor, Chevy? What is it? Tell us. Because we probably don't know. So like a kettle corn. Sweet corn. Oh my goodness. Ba-bum-bum. Where the heck is my nail set? Hey, popcorn is legit. It is too legit. I must thank you for that hyperlink there, Chevy. Because it read every bit of that to me. Every bit of that hyperlink I just heard. Thank you, Chevy. Let's take a gander at this must-have fire-roasted sweet corn flavored popcorn. $10 for a bag? What? Oh, it's a 6-pack. I thought that was one bag of popcorn for $10. I'm like, what? But it's a 6-pack. I'm okay with that if it's a 6-pack. That's okay. Make sure my battery's charged. May get my other one to make sure it's charged. I must make sure my batteries are charged at all the charging of the batteries. So how many bags of that popcorn you got stockpiled at the house right now there, Chevy? If you're addicted to it. I'm addicted to love. Sacred Demon, what's up? How are you doing? So what you're saying is we better get it while we can because it's just that good that it always sells out. Is that what you're telling us? Well, that sounds like pure excitement. Homework. Menards. Evidently. Well, you still got one more than me. Because I got a big 0. Well, I mean, I'm older than your average bear when it came to joining the Navy. I didn't join the Navy until I was 25. So I had a lot of that fooling around, as you put it, before I joined. Blue moon, blue, blue, blue moon. How you doing, Blue? I had quite a few jobs before the Navy. Let's see, I've worked at Burger King. I've worked at Wendy's. I have done the graveyard shift at a gas station. I've worked at Jiffy Lube. I was actually I didn't do oil changes. I was the state inspection guy at Jiffy Lube. I have worked at a warehouse for Hewlett Packard. I've done a lot of temp labor jobs. Anywhere from working at a styrofoam plant that did the molds for packaging for styrofoam. I've done temp labor where they had me get on roofs in downtown Omaha to shovel snow off after snowstorms. Installed conveyor belts in a warehouse doing temp labor. I worked at a factory that mixed seasoning for and spices for breading. They also made breadcrumbs. I have never worked at a Long John Silver's. Let's see. I've worked at Walmart. I've worked at Sam's Club. Let's see. I've worked at a, I can't remember the name of the store. I've worked inside of a mall at a store. I can't remember the name of it anymore because that. Oh, I do like me some Long John Silver's or Captain D's. I worked at a store in a mall. I can't remember the name of it now. It's been out of business now. It was so long ago. What else? What else have I done? Can't think of what else I've done. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Let me knock out some plugs real quick because I'm gonna. So for the cleat that goes inside this, I'm gonna actually use screws for that. So I'm gonna use this little scrap piece here and run out some plugs so I can easily fill them in. So let's make some quick plugs. So I have those on the ready. With my handy dandy plug cutter here. And this is not a high-priced plug cutter. This is just something from Harbor Freight, works just fine. It's always nice to have around, so if you do something where you want to hide some screws after you screw something up, it's always nice to be able to just make your own plugs real quick and not have to run out and go buy them. So, as you can see, yep, we just made some quick plugs. I just got to pop them out. You'll see some people run them through a bandsaw to get them out, but you just take a little screwdriver, go down in there. I don't need very much, so, because I'm going to flush cut it anyway. And you have a bunch of plugs. And there you go, you got a bunch of little wood turds. Boom, wood turds. More than enough that I need, but I will always do a little extra just to be safe. And then what I'm gonna do gonna use my new cordless orbital sander. And I'm gonna get me some sawdust built up off this scrap so I can make my own little bit of putty, so to speak. And I have it on standby because I have a couple spots I just need to skim over with a little bit of glue and some sawdust. This is just the easiest way of doing it. Take these pins out of here that I pasted, because you just need a little bit of glue, but it's going to stain better, and it's also going to match better than any kind of putty that you might be using. Because even if you have some of the best wood putty, you're still going to see where you use that wood putty to fill in any gaps. Because regardless if they say the wood putty's stainable or whatnot, it really isn't very much that stainable. I don't care what it says. Plug cutters. Oh my goodness, I'm just seeing that Sasaki. Oh my dear Lord. Sasaki's plug. Y'all are ridiculous. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Man, bunch of text today. So me and my twin brother are doing a trip out to Vegas at the beginning of September, and they're setting up all the flight stuff. Yes, I have a twin brother. There is two of us. I know it's a scary thought, but there is two of us. So I'm just collecting some sawdust to make my own little putty with some wood glue. Man, not making too much. Let me see if I already have some in my stash of sawdust. That would be scary. Got him. Ugh. How does this go in? There, it goes in just like that. It goes in just like that. Because we do not need the pin nailer anymore. The pin nailer will go in its home. Laying right next to the scroll saw. It needs a permanent home. That's another thing that I need to do, is make a permanent home for that on the wall. The wall. For the garage. For the garage. trim to fit. Perfect. Let us get where is it? Nope, it's right here. I was like, where's my drill bit? I know I pulled it out. And we don't want much, but we're gonna put a little stop collet on it. That way we don't go too deep. And I'm using a brad nose bit. We just want a little bit, because we're just gonna do baby little plug, baby little plug. Yep. So we're just gonna go about yay deep. That enough for the screw head to be hidden, and then we can do a tiny little plug in there. And Bob's your uncle, and we're good to go. One from the sides. Put things back in their homes. So we're gonna need something for the pilot holes because we don't want anything splitting. Because that would be no bueno. We don't want anything splitting. Because it's going to go in there just like that. Screw, 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 and some glue. Glue, 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 glue. Gonna put the glue, glue. It puts the glue on, it gets the hose again. Ugh. You gotta love the clamps. Ugh. It moved on me. Yep. All the dad noises. Okay, let's do some pilot holes. And using that brad tip gives us a nice little thinner hole to do our pilot holes. You gotta love the pilot holes, pilot holes, pilot holes. That's what I'm talking about. The only reason I'm using screws here is because that's where a majority of the support's coming from, is that French cleat and how it's attached to the shelf. And I don't want it So what you're saying is you were watching the stream without pants. And I just want to make sure that there's a lot of strength in this cleat holding it up, because that's where all the connection to the wall is. And that's why I'm using screws here and not just gluing some little baby nails. So then we can take our little plugs and poop them in there. What? Where's my, there's my tray. There's my tray. I try. It's part of being a dad too. You gotta make sure you choose the right words for the right occasion. Once you start having kids, it's just like it's all of a sudden downloaded to your brain. And it's there forever. This is probably true there. Ish. Make sure they're nicely seated in their home. And it also, well, it's just a little baby hammer. And this also helps with kind of flattening it out a little bit and squishing it in the hole and filling in as much gaps as you can. And then we can take, oh, there it is, our handy dandy flush cut. And while that glue is still a little bit wet, we can hit it with the sander. And with that wet glue and the sawdust it created, it'll fill in the tiny around it. Gaps. We still have some gaps to fill with all these little, because these pin nails did not seat as nice as I wanted them to. So I'm gonna have to use my nail set, go in a little bit with them, and then go over them with a little persuasion and hit them with a little homemade putty, so to speak. You shouldn't be able to notice them at all once it's done. Because this is kind of what I did when I did my first set of floating shelves I did at the last house we were in. When I still have the shelves too, I'm still using them. They turned out great, but I have since learned better ways of attaching to the wall and building them, because there wasn't too many straight cuts. Yes, Pirate is evolving. It's a scary thought. Next, we're going to hit it with some flush cut bits and some roundover bits just to clean up some of these spots. And what I'm going to do is finally open my new trim router that's been sitting over here that I haven't opened. So we're going to play with another new toy. First time I used my pin nailer. Now we're going to first time to use my little trim I bought. Firsts all around. Hype, hype, hypity, hyperoo. And it's funny when you buy the corded trim router, and it's just so much cheaper than the cordless. Well, I have a bunch of Bosch stuff, so we will see how this one is. Now, I gotta make something for this to live on the wall with the little winches it comes with. But we're going to first put in this little trim bit. It's actually, these aren't bad. I mean, most of the time you get like the super flat wrenches for the router when you're doing the nut, but these are actually, they got a little heft and weight to them. So I'm kind of happy about those. You know, usually when you get little routers and stuff, they give you these cheap little flat black, you know, think you're gonna bend wrenches for the collets and everything. But these actually feel substantial. Extra zinc. So but I mean, I got quite a few Bosch stuff. My miter saw is Bosch. I got another big router that's Bosch, that Boss Pirate bought me for years ago. That's also really nice, but no need to bring out the big boy router for this. And so I'm happy with Bosch stuff. They make their stuff to last, unlike some other companies. Well, Mr. Fancy Pants. Might need to get the bigger one. There. Uh, that I think that's for like an attachment or something, but I mean it has the collet here, which I think, son of a biscuit. I'm gonna not a little bit. It's not liking. It's not holding taut. What was that? It cut out. I was all the way over there. My headset doesn't quite reach over there. Does it look like yours? I mean, I only bought this like a month ago. Son of a biscuit. One size bigger. I mean, there's a bit of play to it when I don't have it. There's still some wiggle, but I need to tighten this little nut here just to. Ugh, I was going the wrong way. Son of a biscuit. There is not a picture of the padlock on the base. No picture. Going to Pink, how you doing? What's new? We're making a little floating shelf. Tink. What you doing today, Tink? All right, let's hope I don't screw this up. What'd you do? What'd you do, Tink? And since my bit was slightly... Well, Tink, quit hurting yourself. We need a fully up to par Tink. We can't have a hurt Tink going around. We need you to make all the stuffs. I almost lost. my bearing. Well, what incarnation? A bearing. That could be bad juju. Go flying off, lose my little screw. Gonna have a screw loose. What were you gonna make for your challenge piece, Tink? Let's get a round over bit in here. So we're gonna do a little bit of round over. Ooh, that sounds nice, Tink. Let's test this out first before we run it on the main Dilly Whopper to see how much of a round over we want. Eagle. I like it, Tink. With your talent, I do believe you'll be able to do that. I think we got it. So we're just gonna do that little bit of a round over around few of the edges, so there's not so much sharpness to it. Who made this mess? Oh man, what are y'all doing to me? Come in here making this mess in my workshop. God. Yeah, that's my plan, Tink. I'm gonna drill a couple holes right here. And the only reason it's so thick is because I'm using a pretty sturdy cleat system. Actually, I need to trim this down a little bit here. Just a smidge. And the only reason is because I'm going to use it like a French cleat to go on the wall. And you got to have room to go over and then slide up. But it's going underneath the TV, so I'll drill a couple holes in here so that way I can shove wires down in there and hide some. So that's the idea. So that's the plan. Anyway. So how big of a hole to get some stuffs in there? I think a 1.5 hole here and here will probably be doing just fine. I think if we go 6 inches in, we're going to hide the wires. We're going to shove the wires down inside this so we can at least have some of the wires hidden. You're right, we didn't talk about that. But you know, it's an ever-evolving plan. Good old 1.5 inch Forstner bit will probably be doing the trick. A neon pink! I like it! Who's making this mess over here? I need someone to come over here and clean it up. Any volunteers? And I have been unplugged. I just got to pay for the flight, huh? Is that what you're saying, Tink? Is that what you're saying? Easy as that. So you got to fly out here to pick up your truck? Is that what you said? Oh my goodness. Well, where in VA is the truck? Because Virginia is quite a big, quite big. Just for that, huh? Nothing else. I don't even know where that is. Oh, not too far. Richmond's about an hour drive from us. drive that far. But you just got a new truck, didn't you? Is that your new truck that's sitting over there? Your brand new one? You're gonna have like a car dealership almost sitting in your driveway once you get all these vehicles back to where they need to go. I need to set those in more. Those are not sitting enough below the surface. Because once I start sanding, they're gonna pop and lock. They're the best around. Well, you better get on it, Tink. We need a visit. Come down here. We'll do a, make sure it's on the weekend. We'll do a, you can be a guest on this shop. And then, of course, you can do some baking with Boss Pirate. I will allow that. Guest sweeper, that's right. I'll let you play with the new saw stop. How's that sound, Tink? I'll let you play with it all you want. And then as soon as you get back, you buy one. Because you're going to love it so much. It sounds like you might need to build a workshop. Well, that can do it every time. That's funny. No moss money. Only 5 more years to go. Tink, you're Blue, you're ridiculous. No, you stop it. No, it's you. Oh my goodness. Stop. It's you. You're ridiculous. I mean, I lowered it this year. You asked me to lower the price, and I did. I mean, geez, what more do you want me? Well, we missed you, Chevy. You know, I do what I can. I do what I can. Hey, y'all start transferring points around. We're going to have words. All right. I'm going to do a potty break real quick, and then we're going to do some sanding just a little bit while that's still a little bit wet. I'm going to go pay. I'll be back. Y'all gave me two. Two potty breaks. I only have one. Let me see if I can figure the toggle that you're talking about. There we go. I turned it back on. I turned the loyalty on. You have it now. They have been turned on. I turned it on. Let me, here, hold on. Let me. True. Oh, well, I mean, maybe I'll do something with them. All right. Try it now. Try your points now. Ha ha! Ha ha! I was getting a giggle out of that, Tink. What should it be? You know what, Tink? Since you suggested I put the turn those on, what do you want to name them? It's up to you, Tink. You name it. You pick the name, Tink. What am I calling them? It's your pick. I'm letting you pick, Tink. It's totally up to you. What should we call them? It's up to you, Tink. Tell me what to call them, and I will name them that. Totally up to you. I'm going to let you pick the name, Tink. Hidden Treasure Gold? That whole name? You wouldn't be... Treasure. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Dominic. I hope it's Dominic. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to my workshop. Okay, we'll go with gold. Oh my goodness. Okay, I changed the name. Check it now. Gold coins. Okay. Boom, saved. Gold coins it is. Oh my goodness. Not even I have enough coins. I have turned gamble on. Yes, so you get 50 for watching. Subscribers get times 10. Follower bonus is 100. Tip bonus is 1,000. Subscriber bonus is 10,000. Cheer bonus is 1,000. Host bonus is 1,000. Oh yes. There we go. They're turned on. So there we go. I mean, as the owner of it, how do I give myself a whole mess of coins, so gold coins, so I can give them out if I want to? How do I do that? Oh, okay. Ah, Well, Moogie Boog, thank you for the follow. Welcome into my workshop. Boom. Ah! Here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Tink. It's coming along just well. There we go. What's up, Moo? How you doing? There we go. 1,000 coins. Well, let me take the cooldown off that. Yes, Tink said turn them on, so I turned them on, DC. I gave you some. Well, that's good to hear. I just put the cooldown to like 10 seconds. Yeah, so the gamble's on only on a 10-second cooldown. So I changed the gamble to only. Oh, she gets 10,000. There we go. Everyone gets 100 gold coins. Everyone in chat right now gets 100 gold coins. Boom. Boom. Oh, there we go. My audio's back on. It's not lame sauce, DC. It's not lame sauce. You know, this gamble is gonna go wreak havoc on my TTS. I'm gonna. DC lost all of them. Gamble doesn't like me. First step, becoming the Monopoly man. Man, where do I add? People that I don't want it to read. I'll have to look at the speech chat later. I'm gonna have to figure out how to ignore that in my speech chat. Because it's gonna go crazy with all the gambling. How did the setup at Discord and stuff for that new streamer go there, Moo? Who's the new streamer? Is it someone we need to check out that you were helping last night? Who joined the Craftsman's Guild a few days ago? Did I miss something? I didn't know VK Designs joined the Craftsman's Guild. When did that happen? Did I miss something in our... Oh, okay. I gotcha. I was lost. Now I am found. Yeah, I've checked out a few of her streams. Her refinishing furniture and stuff. Oh, whatever, Sasaki, whatever. I did not. I did not see that, DC. That's awesome news. But I want to hear all the chat though. Where does old Pirate stand in this this stats? What, like number 8,467? You can't, Tink. No talking behind my back. Yeah, I'm pretty low there too. Wow. 162. So 162 out of how many? What's the total number? What's what? I'd like to know where the out of how many there, DC. That's not bad at all. Well, that's good to hear, Tink. We need more Tink. Man, I'll tell you what, when you hit the off switch, sit and wait for it to wind down. Okay. Well, you know, when I'm gone on deployment, I'm just going to need y'all to randomly stick out in my channel and keep my numbers up. So I'm just going to need all of y'all to just drop lurks into my channel and watch who I'm hosting to keep my numbers up while I'm on deployment. So that's what y'all going to have to do. Y'all going to have to take one for the team. Oh yeah, all the guild is on auto host for me. And in honor of me being 162 place, everyone gets 162 gold coins. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like that idea, Tink. We'll go with it. You're all sorts of today, Tink. I appreciate it. You underestimate his sneakiness. You've seen Calamity Cat, Boss Pirate. You'd be fine. Everything is fine. The cool thing. Y'all are ridiculous. Everyone gets points. You get points. Everyone gets points. So what should we do as some stuff? What should we do for some of the points when people get a certain amount? Because I know Ish Wood has a little shop where you save up his little points and get stuff. No, I'm going to stain it and clear coat it. I'm going to stain and clear coat Ish. I'm going to stain it a dark walnut. But I'm just going through the progressing grits right now to sand it down. So what should we do some with point redemption? There, Tink, you're full of ideas today. I knew you were going to say something like that. Okay. Okay, Tink. A little bit blue, a little bit. It's okay though, we'll allow it. We'll just have to come up with whatever sound alerts that people might want to use. We'll see if we can make that happen, DC. Make sure you send me a DM to remind me that of that, DC. Shoot me something on, shoot me a DM on Discord and remind me about that. You know, I'm just gonna have to figure out how to do all those now. Well, I appreciate that, I appreciate that, Ish. That's not too bad. Once we stain it and clear coat it, man, that bad boy's gonna look good. Got the holes we can hide wires in. This is going on the wall, and it's just gonna go bloop. Got some nice joints on there. Everything's smooth. And where I filled in, it's gonna blend in when I stain it the dark walnut. I think it's going to turn out quite nice. And we are going to clear coat it. Move this over here so I can get to both sides. Put some cookies underneath. I think you're right, Blue. I think you have a point there. All right. Yes, you did. There's so much help going along. I appreciate all the help. Any help. All of it. I said. Oh my goodness. Is Catherine gone? All right, little pirate. Little pirate has made some soap today, and she wants to show it all off.
Cactus soap.
So she made, if you can tell, it's a little cactus. She made a little goodie bag for, what's this, neighbor?
Yeah.
Little cactus, but she got some more out of it, so she'll show you all of them.
The cube of unknown.
The cube of unknown.
Peter shy. And then, voila. Very nice. My favorite second favorite. Then we parody.
She made all this soap today.
Cactus, which I tried to layer the pot, which didn't really very cool. Next, put that there.
Ooh, and my favorite, a little Lego Man soap.
I also made a bigger one.
Look at that.
Yeah, I made, there's 4 of them. And there's for you. The big one's for you, by the way. I knew you like those. Then we have the roses from last time, which I put in there.
You're not wrong there, Ish.
This.
Oh, hey, make sure you look at the monitor so they can see what it is, okay?
Voila.
Beautifulness.
Next, we have the rose of doom. The bottom is doom. Well, my second favorite. We have the normal honey. Beautiful sprinkled in. All myself, I made. That's all myself I made.
They say everything is amazing.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm unpacking it all up.
Blue Moon says she loves the honeycomb one. She made the bee ones for her aunt because she thinks she's hilarious because her aunt is actually allergic to bees. So she always sends her aunt bee stuff.
Yeah, but everything else, my beauty precious. Except for the big Lego man. Big Lego man's yours.
Okay. She thinks she's hilarious when she does stuff like that. I need to switch the camera. Move it at least, so y'all can see what I'm doing.
Yo ho, yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
I'm gonna need a rag. All the accounts. Did I miss an alert? Tink is live. I wonder why it didn't say. Tell me that followed. Tink is live. Oh my goodness. You're ridiculous, Tink. I love it. You're not hiding at all. Not at all. We wouldn't want you hiding. Everybody with their alt accounts. I don't even have an alt account. I just got the one. I'm basic. I mean, Chevy has his Ford account, his Chrysler account, his Pontiac account. Oh, okay, I got you. And see, Chevy's not even here right now to defend himself or make some snooty comment. I look forward to it, Tink. I look forward to it. It's like a surprise. Is it something you came up with, Tink, or is it something that Chevy requested? Knowing you, it's probably something you were just found on the interwebs and started giggling like a schoolgirl and like, this would be perfect, and added it to your stream. Because I can totally see you do that. You're going to scour the edges of the interwebs for the perfect video. I think that's going to make it even better. The fact that he doesn't know until it's plastered all over your stream. Lots of dribble. That's why we have the mat. Plus a little stain on a workbench never hurt it. I saw that in her Discord. She's been MIA for a little while. She's going to be blasted with viewers when she streams on Tuesday. Everybody misses our foul mouth Calamity Cat. We wouldn't have it any other way, though. And I had barely enough for this. Gonna have to put this on the list to purchase. Before I forget, let me write it on my board. Because I use, when I stain pine, I'm usually using the dark walnut. Because I just like the way it looks. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Then we got to figure out cost. Toss that. Lift this before I bump it. Because knowing me, I'd put my elbow right into that silly can of stain. And this is going to have to dry at least for a day or so before I can clear coat it. We're going to be doing several coats on this. But not bad for a day's work or an afternoon. Not bad at all. Get y'all some close-ups here. Yeah. That I really like that dark walnut. It's just gonna have to dry. Thank you there, Tink. Well, Freaky, I saw that second Moderna shot didn't do you and the missus very well. I'm glad to hear and see you in chat that you're doing better. That's always good news. Always. Always and forever. pick up some of these clamps. That's good. I mean, when Boss Pirate did the single shot, and it gave her a pretty bad headache. I did the two-shotter. I mean, I had on the first shot I had a headache, but after the second one, the second shot didn't do too much to me. But glad to see you in chat that you're doing a little bit better. Now go finish that birdhouse. Ugh. Yeah, go finish that birdhouse now. You're better. All better. You did it to yourself, Freaky. You did it to yourself. You're like, scrap wood challenge. I'll show these guys. I'm going to build the most awesomest birdhouse ever. And you regret every decision you made on said birdhouse. All the decisions. All of them. Every last one. Well, it's kind of your fault, though, for having that much little scrap laying around where you could make an 18-story birdhouse with built-in plumbing and electricity, with 8 bedrooms and 4 baths. I mean, you shouldn't have that much little baby scrap sitting around. Well, I don't know what to say about that, Freaky. But I can guarantee you that that's going to turn out absolutely amazing. So we have, the Rhinuses are on. Rhinus Leatherwork is on. I have yet to raid them. They are doing some more commission work. Let's go over to see what the Usses are doing. That sounds like a good little raid there. Lady Blue Dragon, how... Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong chat. Ha! I was looking at the Us's chat. Ha! Wrench. Thanks, Chevy. Oh, you're talking... That's talking Chevy. Chevy caught up. Wrench, I will catch you later. We're going to go over to the Usses. They're working on some leather. I don't know. It pops up on my stream elements, but not up here. Sometimes it doesn't pop up on my actual chat. That's weird. Anyway, we're going to go over to the Usses. Leatherwork. Chevy. Yes, we were talking about you. Y'all have a fantastic week. Maybe I can squeeze in a weekday stream. We'll see what we can do. No promises. I appreciate everyone being here. All the new follows, the raid from Snake Eye DIY. Thanks, Tink, for telling me to turn on my points so people can have funsies. There you go, 200 gold coins. Look at that. Freaky, I will check my PayPal. Thank you for that. I will, Freaky. But I appreciate everyone being here, having fun. I will catch you. Let's see if we can do a weekday stream. No promises, but I will see everyone next weekend for sure. Y'all have a fantastic evening. Bye-bye. Did it work?